In Control Houston, this is a live look inside the International Space Station Flight Control Room here in Houston, Texas. We want to welcome you to NASA Television's live coverage of the arrival of the SpaceX Dragon cargo craft to the International Space Station. This room here has already started working. The flight director there is Ron Spencer. He is standing up there in the middle. The Capcom is veteran astronaut C.J. Sturko. You will hear him talking with the crew of Expedition 33 aboard the International Space Station. This team here has begun operations in earnest with their counterparts in Hawthorne, California at the SpaceX Flight Control Center there. This Dragon spacecraft lifted off from Cape Canaveral, Florida on Sunday evening, October the 7th at 7:35 p.m. Central Time. It has spent 2 days heading up to the International Space Station. Of course, this is playback of the launch on Sunday evening.
7, 6, 5, 4,
A few of the burn times that this Dragon spacecraft will be conducting this morning have been slightly tweaked. That is because of a small issue that happened on board the first stage of the Falcon 9 as it went up into orbit on Sunday night. One engine went out on the Falcon 9, which caused the second stage to burn a bit longer than had been planned. So the teams over the past 24 and 48 hours have fine-tuned these burns, putting Dragon on course for the International Space Station. The spacecraft itself, the Dragon, is in good shape. The SpaceX team has been talking regularly with the team here in Houston, and all the systems are checked out and are ready to support the rendezvous and berthing coming up in about a little bit less than 3.5 hours from now.
Plus 45.
Of course, this is not the first time that Dragon has been to the International Space Station. Back in May, both the Falcon 9 and the Dragon performed a final shakeout flight of both spacecraft as part of NASA's Commercial Orbital Transportation Services program.
AI burn about 15 minutes ahead of schedule.
Copy that. Thanks for the update.
You hear C.J. Sturko, the Capcom there, confirming to the crew on board the station that what is known as the AI burn, this is the approach initiation burn, was just completed. This is about 15 minutes ahead of schedule. As we mentioned at the top of the broadcast, some of these burns are going to be done a little bit earlier than had been planned. But everything moving according to the timeline in terms of the schedule of events. This approach initiation burn puts Dragon, which you see there is a small dot in the screen, on its final course toward the International Space Station. There will be a series of automatic holds that Dragon will conduct as it gets closer and closer to the International Space Station complex. Once it is about 1,000 meters out, that is when the crew will begin to monitor the progress of the vehicle. Sonny Williams and Aki Hoshide will be the two crew members who will be the primary points of contact for Dragon. They will be inside the cupola, with Aki Hoshide taking the lead on the actual grappling process, with Sonny backing him up. But they will begin to monitor this using both the crew command panel that is there inside the cupola. This allows them to interact with the spacecraft as it gets close. In the event that the Dragon needed to perform an abort, they could issue that command from there.
Monitor 1, you can see a good view of the Dragon.
Awesome. Thanks.
The Dragon will continue to close in on the orbiting complex. It will automatically hold at 250 meters. There will be a go, no-go conducted there to make sure that all the systems are ready to proceed. Dragon will then enter into what's known as the keep-out sphere. This is an imaginary circle around the International Space Station that visiting vehicles must stay out of. It will hold once again inside 30 meters. And then once at that point, it will continue on up to about 10 meters or 30 feet, and that is the capture point. Dragon will be performing what we here at NASA refer to as a berthing rather than a docking. They are different. Spacecraft such as the Progress and the Soyuz and formerly the Space Shuttle conducted dockings, which means simply that they went on up to the International Space Station and made physical contact, both piloted and automatically. But items such as the Dragon and also the Japanese HTV and the upcoming orbital Cygnus vehicle all perform a berthing, which means they basically fly very near to the station. They sort of hang out there and hold position, and then the crew uses the station's 58-foot-long robotic arm to reach out and grab onto the vehicles and then bring them on in the final few meters for an attachment point there on the bottom side of the station. The Dragon is going to be bound for the bottom side of the Harmony node. This is the same spot that it was attached to back in May during that demonstration flight. And once again, Aki Hoshide will be at the controls of the arm. There you see a good sense of the layout of the station. Once Dragon arrives, you see Columbus there on the left. That is actually technically on the right side of the station because the station flies with the U.S. segment forward. And then the Harmony there in the middle, and then the Japanese Kibo laboratory there on the far left side. You can see Dragon's solar panels there extended. This vehicle is fairly large for a cargo craft. It is 4.4 meters tall, which is about 14.5 feet. It is a little more than 3.5 meters in diameter, which is about 12 feet. The trunk, which is the bottom portion that the solar panels are attached to, is about 9.2 feet tall and 12 feet wide. And as you can see, a good view there of the solar panels. Whenever they're fully extended, the vehicle is 54 feet wide, which is wider than a 5-story building. So it's a fairly sizable vehicle that is currently heading up to the station. And of course, that view you see there is going to get clearer as the vehicle draws nearer to the orbiting complex. We mentioned NASA's COTS program at the top of the broadcast. Once again, this is the Commercial Orbital Transportation Services. This is sort of the parent program of this SpaceX Dragon spacecraft. SpaceX joined NASA's COTS program back in 2006. That was the origination of COTS. COTS was a revolutionary way for NASA to invest funds in commercial companies here in the United States to create their own cargo spacecraft and launch vehicles. With the space shuttle retirement drawing closer back in those years, the agency realized that we needed our own way of delivering cargo up to the International Space Station from American companies, since the space shuttle would be no longer available and we could not take up and return our own cargo. So funds were invested in 2 different companies, once again SpaceX in 2006, and then Orbital Sciences came along in 2008. And since that time, both companies have been working on their launch vehicles, with SpaceX having its Falcon family of rockets. Orbital Sciences has its Antares rocket. And then, of course, this Dragon spacecraft being the actual cargo delivery vehicle that SpaceX created and tested over the past several years. And then Orbital has its Cygnus vehicle. But back in December of last year, SpaceX flew a test flight of the Falcon 9 rocket from Cape Canaveral. It launched a mock-up of Dragon into orbit.
Great news, Sonny. Thanks for letting us know.
And the crew there confirming that they have eyes on Dragon as it closes in on them. After that December test flight, a few months later in May of this past year, SpaceX did launch Falcon 9 and Dragon once again. And Dragon went through a series of checkouts and headed up to the International Space Station. The flight path for Dragon back in May was a little bit different than it will be today because of the fact that Dragon had to perform a series of checkouts as it headed up to the orbiting complex. On the 3rd day of the flight, Dragon performed what amounts to a flyby of the station. It flew directly underneath while it tested out its abort capability. The crew, which at that time was Don Pettit and Andre Kuipers, took a look at it, make sure that they could communicate with it. And then at the end of that 3rd flight day, Dragon performed a loop of the station, setting up for the next day's events. And then on flight day 4 of that mission back in May, Dragon steadily closed in on the International Space Station. It performed another series of checkouts where it held position and then aborted and then went up again, drawing ever closer to the space station. And then everything checked out according to plan, and Dragon did end up berthing with the International Space Station, wrapping up SpaceX's participation in NASA's COTS program. and setting us up for today's activities, which this is the first time that a U.S. commercial company will fly one of these missions under NASA's Commercial Resupply Services contract that is part of the International Space Station. So quite a milestone happening today for both NASA and SpaceX based there in California. Orbital, which is the other company, is getting ready to fly some test flights as well. They're going to be launching their Antares rocket from the Wallops Flight Facility up on the eastern coast of the U.S. coming up before the end of the year. And then they will do a similar mission to what SpaceX did in May, where they will fly their Cygnus vehicle up to the International Space Station. That should take place in the spring of 2013, paving the way for their resupply missions to the station next year. For those of you who have not taken a look at the SpaceX headquarters there before, it is a little bit unusual in how they're set up there. The Mission Control Center there for SpaceX actually is there on the factory floor. So this Dragon that we're taking a look at was actually born and built there just a few feet away from these flight controllers are sitting. SpaceX has quite an unusual manufacturing process that basically brings metal in one end of the building and spacecraft come out the other end. So these flight controllers have worked there next to the spacecraft that they're watching fly right now. It's sort of a one-stop shop for both mission operations and spacecraft fabrication there at the company, which again is based on Hawthorne, California. But Elon Musk, the founder of the company, sitting there on the far right-hand side of the screen, monitoring his and his fellow employees' spacecraft as it closes in on the orbiting complex.
Houston, station on 2 for Robo. SSRMS and RWS configured for monitoring Dragon approach.
We concur, Aki. Thanks a lot.
And of course, the main purpose of Dragon is to bring up cargo to the International Space Station once completion of the station was achieved last year. And the station entered into its main purpose, which is a world-class research laboratory up in space. Resupply of that orbiting complex became even more important than it was during the actual building of it. All of these experiments that are on board, which there have been close to 1,500 since the creation of the International Space Station, and once that first element arrived back in 1998, especially once the crew started living on board since 2000. A steady supply of experiments and also crew supplies has been important. So Dragon is joining a family and a fleet of cargo vehicles that service the station. The Russians have, of course, their Soyuz vehicle, which takes the crews up to the station.
Minicam set up in the cupola via the Node 3 ICP, so you're welcome to come.
They also have Progress vehicles, which take up cargo as well. Those Progress vehicles service the station several times a year. They take up about 2.5 tons of supplies. The Europeans have their automated transfer vehicles, which are bigger. But they only fly about one time per year, and then they dock with the Russian segment. And then the Japanese have the HTV, which is their version of a very large cargo carrier that berths with the U.S. segment. The Space Shuttle was the United States vehicle. Of course, it took up quite a bit of cargo and also returned it back home, and that is one of the capabilities that we lost whenever the Space Shuttle retired. SpaceX now becomes the only vehicle that can return sizable amounts of cargo back to Earth. It is designed to splash down in the Pacific Ocean. And it is actually going to be returning more cargo on this mission than it is taking up. The total mass going up to the station on this flight is 882 pounds of cargo. And then whenever it splashes down, which you see a photo of the May splashdown there, it is going to have 1,673 pounds of cargo inside. There's a live view of Sunny Williams inside the cupola. She and Aki Hoshide getting ready to take a look outside those 7 windows there as SpaceX's Dragon spacecraft closes in. That is the robotics workstation that they will be stationed at as they reach out and grab onto this vehicle and bring it on into the station later on. There is a backup robotic workstation that is up and running inside the Destiny laboratory. That is basically a hot backup that they can move to fairly quickly if they needed to, if one of the computers goes down in the cupola. But you'll hear some radio communication between the crew and the team here in Houston as they finish these setup maneuvers over the next hour or so. Capture time today for Dragon still set for 6:22 a.m. Central Time, 7:22 a.m. Eastern Time. A little more than 3 hours from now. But in between now and then, there's a series of burns that Dragon will conduct. And then a series of hold points at which there will be some go, no-goes, and we will update you on the times of those as we get a better idea of this new schedule that we have this morning. These two vehicles are currently flying high above the Earth at an altitude of about 250 miles, or just to the south of Africa right now. We have a couple of more orbits of the Earth before the actual capture will take place, but they are very close to the point at which that will happen above the Earth. So the capture time today at 6:22 a.m. Central Time. These two vehicles should be right about the same point that they are right now, just high above midpoint between the Atlantic Ocean and the Indian Ocean. Right there you see the dot on the screen. That's where the capture should be taking place.
Houston, Houston, station on 2 for Dragon approach.
Go ahead, Sonny.
With the AI burn being early, did you want to get into the procedure 1.102 Dragon approach and retreat monitoring early?
All right, Sonny, we're going to call you back for that in about 5 minutes. We're just getting ready to enter the approach ellipsoid.
Copy that.
The Capcom CJ Sturco there talking with Sonny Williams aboard the International Space Station. You will hear this approach ellipsoid mentioned. There's a couple of imaginary circles drawn around the International Space Station. This approach ellipsoid is the first of those. There's a second one that's a bit closer, right around the 250-meter point. That is the keep out sphere, which again is an imaginary circle drawn around the station, sort of a go, no-go point at which Dragon will hold, and then we'll make sure that all the systems are ready for the approach inside that perimeter around the station. But Sonny Williams there continuing to work inside the cupola at the robotics workstation. Also the crew command panel that the crew would use to communicate with Dragon if they need to. Aki Hoshide is going to be taking the lead today, using the arm from that position to grapple onto Dragon. Then later on this morning, they will swap places, and Sonny will be the one that will actually bring it on into the International Space Station. But these two members are part of Expedition 33. The other one is Yuri Malenchenko. This crew has been on board since July together, and they will stay on board until the midpoint of November, at which point they will return to Earth aboard their Soyuz that brought them up to the station back in the summer. This Dragon uses a couple of different systems as it closes in on the International Space Station and performs this automated rendezvous. It uses LiDAR, which is basically a laser version of a radar system that takes a look at the station. There's different reflectors on the station that it picks up. It also uses thermal imagery to analyze the station. Back during the test flight in May, some of the systems on board Dragon were actually locking on to the Kibo laboratory on board the station instead of the Harmony node, which is what it should have been locking on to. But they dealt with that and updated the software, basically told this LiDAR and these thermal imagers to ignore that portion of the field of view, which of course is the whole reason why you have a test flight, is to find out how your systems operate. But everything on board Dragon is working as expected so far. The Dragon and the SpaceX team there in Hawthorne, California are having regular conversations with the team here in Houston. Of course, is talking with the crew on board the International Space Station. There is Aki Hoshide there inside the cupola. Looks like he's got one of the station's onboard cameras taking some HD video of the spacecraft as it closes in. This cupola gives these crews just unparalleled views of both visiting vehicles and also the Earth below. This big bay window in space is pointed straight down at Earth, so they get quite a spectacular view of their surroundings and the spacecraft that fly up toward them. Here inside Mission Control, in addition to the flight director, Ron Spencer, Holly Ridings is also here in the room. Holly is a flight director as well. She was the lead flight director back in May as Dragon performed its test flight up to the International Space Station. She worked with that SpaceX team for months and months on that flight, so she knows the team and the vehicle very well. So she is here to help advise and just kind of watch over today's activities as Dragon closes in on the International Space Station once again. Both of the teams are confirming that Dragon has passed the threshold of the approach ellipsoid. Again, this is one of the imaginary circles drawn around the station. Sort of a milepost, if you can consider it that, where they will continue to take a look at the systems, make sure everything's performing as expected, and it is. The next major milestone will be another mid-course correction burn coming up in about 6 minutes. These mid-course correction burns are designed to do exactly what they sound like, and that is to just take a look at where Dragon currently sits in space relative to both the space station and the other hold points that it needs to arrive at. So they will, in real time, fine-tune these burns and either give more propulsion to them or less, depending on what they need. And that, all in all, will help line up Dragon with the International Space Station, setting up for the capture, which we are now 2 hours and 52 minutes away from, still on schedule for 6:22 this morning.
Station Houston. Dragon range is approximately 1,000 meters. Go to perform step 1 of 1.102. Confirm Dragon is inside and begin monitoring range.
Okay, step 1 of procedure 1.102 is in work.
So Dragon is now within 1,000 meters of the International Space Station. This is the point at which the crew will officially start monitoring the vehicle. They're going to take a look at it and verify everything is what they expect it to be. And we have another mid-course correction burn coming up in about 3 minutes.
Command LED is on. We've got Dragon in sight.
Copy.
This spacecraft is taking up quite a bit of supplies for the crew and just a significant amount of experiment hardware. It's bringing up some supplies for the crew, some food and some clothing, obviously things you need if you're going to be living in space for about 6 months. Crew supplies are about 260 pounds. There's 390 pounds of what we call utilization payloads. These are the experiments. There's some equipment for the fluids and combustion facility hardware. These are the investigations that NASA and its international partners do on how flames and fire behave in space. There's some yeast that is being flown that is part of a what we call the commercial generic bioprocessing apparatus. It's one of the facilities on board. There's some cables for the alpha magnetic spectrometer that are being flown as well. There's some capillary flow experiment hardware that takes a look at how fluids behave in space, obviously a lot different than it does here on Earth. There's some parts of the MISSI experiment, which is the Materials on International Space Station experiment, taking a look at how different types of materials behave in space and how they degrade and react. There's some experiments being flown by the European Space Agency. And there's also what is known as a glacier freezer that is being flown. These used to be flown during the shuttle days. Basically, it's a huge footlocker that experiments can be put in and frozen. Temperatures can be kept as low as negative 301 degrees Fahrenheit. That's negative 160 degrees Celsius. This particular glacier is being flown empty. It's going to be packed full during the 18 days that Dragon is up on board the station. And a lot of these experiment samples and biological samples that have been conducted and gathered on board the station over the last several months are going to be returned to Earth. The team's now confirming that this mid-course correction burn has been conducted. Everything checked out according to plan. Sunny now grabbing one of the big cameras on board, taking some photos of this vehicle that is heading toward them. They've got a series of cameras on board with 400mm lenses and 800mm lenses. These are the cameras that used to be used to photograph the space shuttle during the rendezvous pitch maneuver, but they can zoom in extremely close and get some very high fidelity photos of these vehicles. But again, Dragon's within 1,000 meters of the station, so the crew should be getting a good view of this vehicle at this point in time. The Attitude, Determination, and Control Officer here in Mission Control is also confirming that the station itself is now being steered around to the proper position for capture. It takes about 5 minutes to move this entire million-pound orbiting complex around. These two vehicles are over the Indian Ocean, now heading up toward the northeast. This is Mission Control Houston. Our view of Dragon becoming even clearer as the spacecraft closes in on the orbiting complex. These two vehicles heading up over parts of Indonesia here in just a few minutes, continuing on up over the Pacific Ocean. They're going to be heading into nighttime in about 20 minutes. This is a live look at Dragon's view of the orbiting complex now. Again, this vehicle uses a series of instruments on board. During these final minutes of navigation, there's a LiDAR system that paints a laser on different targets of the International Space Station. There's a thermal imager. And it also uses what's known as relative GPS, just like what you would use here on Earth on your phone or some sort of GPS system. Dragon picks up not only GPS satellites, but it also uses what's called relative GPS, which it takes a look at the station itself and then compares those things to find out exactly where it is. Right now, the vehicle is using its LiDAR system to paint the space station and to continue to fine-tune its course toward the orbiting complex. But you can clearly see the U.S. section there at the top with the Columbus Laboratory there on the left, the Kibo Laboratory there on the right. And the station's giant solar arrays there extended out. The team here in Mission Control has confirmed that the space station has reached the proper position for capture. So they have steered around this entire orbiting complex, getting ready to set up for this morning's arrival of Dragon. Again, we're on schedule for 6:22 a.m. Central Time. As Dragon gets closer, you can see the makeup of the spacecraft, the trunk there in the middle, where the solar arrays are attached to, is 9.2 feet tall and 12 feet wide. The Dragon itself there at the top is 14.4 feet tall and 12 feet in diameter. That is the part that comes back at the end of the mission for the splashdown. If you look very closely, you can see the strobe light that is turned on there on the nose of Dragon. But the solar panels are 54 feet wide, which is about a 5-story building laid over on its side. So this vehicle is fairly sizable. Sonny Williams continuing to take pictures as the daylight begins to fade a bit. The space station and Dragon heading off into night above the Pacific Ocean here in the next 14 minutes or so.
Station on Houston on Space to Ground 2, when you have a second, we'd like somebody to turn the lab camera on, please.
Okay, in work.
Thanks, Sonny. We'll be able to see the lab RWS overlays then.
Copy that.
CJ Sturco there talking with Sonny Williams aboard the International Space Station. They're going to turn on one of the cameras inside the Destiny laboratory. What this will do will allow the ground teams to get an over-the-shoulder view of what the crew is seeing on the robotics workstation. If you saw the flight back in May, or you've seen the Japanese HTV arrive at the station, you know which view we're talking about. Basically, it's a camera view from outside the station looking down at the vehicle as it nears the station, and there's sort of a green box that gets automatically drawn around the spacecraft, letting the crew know whether the vehicle is staying within its bounds or not. They will just monitor that in real time here in Houston, and of course if we get it, we'll put it out here on NASA TV. The team confirming that Dragon should be arriving at the 350-meter point here in just a few minutes. At this point, Dragon has finished basically moving laterally. It's going to move in a straight line up toward the station now, up to this 350-meter hold point. This is one of the hold points we talked about, but also what will happen, and you'll see it here. Once Dragon gets there, it will spin around 180 degrees. It does this to properly align itself for the remainder of the trip up to the orbiting complex.
Houston Station on 2 for the lab camera. Let me know if you need any adjustments.
Aki, we're not seeing it just yet. Give us a second to try and come on board.
Okay, copy that.
This is a live look at that robotics workstation view we talked about. This is what the crew will be taking a look at. You can see all the different data that they have access to, telling them exactly where the vehicle is as it closes in on the station. As Dragon gets closer, you'll see a green box drawn around it. That's just how they monitor the position of the spacecraft to make sure that it is staying within bounds. Again, we're just a few minutes away from the arrival to the 350-meter hold point.
That lab camera for a live MPC. We're just getting at standard def right now. We want to see you in high def.
Okay, copy that.
According to the pre-flight timeline, Dragon was going to arrive at this 350-meter hold point at 4:09 a.m. Central Time. All of the burns today in these maneuvers have been running between 10 and 15 minutes ahead of time. That's just because these timelines are tweaked in real time once the flight gets underway. We are still expecting the capture to take place around 6:22 a.m. Central Time. Of course, we'll update you if that time changes, but there's a loss of signal with the International Space Station as the communication link will reset itself just a few minutes before that 6:22, so they're wanting to kind of hold to that point in time. But we'll see how the morning progresses.
And Houston Station on 2, the lab camera is connected to the MPC.
Checking. And Aki, we're getting good high-def video now from the lab RWS.
Copy that, thanks.
This is Mission Control Houston. The SpaceX team has confirmed that Dragon has arrived at the 350-meter hold point away from the International Space Station. In about a minute and a half, Dragon will spin itself around 180 degrees. So Dragon is now steering itself around 180 degrees. This won't take very long to accomplish this. Once this is finished, it should depart this 350-meter hold point and head up to 250 meters. This is Mission Control Houston. Again, this is a view from Dragon, taking a look up at the International Space Station. You can tell that the Dragon itself has turned around 180 degrees. The U.S. section now there on the bottom. If you look closely there at the sort of that upside down T, you can see the Kibo Laboratory with its front porch there. That is the exposed pallet. There on the far right-hand side is the Columbus Laboratory. The station's solar arrays are basically at this point turned on end toward Dragon. So you can see the radiators there extended out. The Russian section there toward the top of the screen. But the spacecraft should be arriving at the 250-meter hold point in 3 minutes and 45 seconds. Dragon is passing 270 meters at this point in time. Its range is closing in fairly slowly. It's about 0.2 of a meter per second toward the International Space Station, but of course that is by design. These two vehicles are getting ready to make a nighttime pass over the United States. They'll be moving from the northwest down to the southeast, including the states of Oregon and Washington, parts of Colorado, and New Mexico, and over the great state of Texas, of course, our home, and then over the Gulf of Mexico. There are opportunities in the U.S. to spot both Dragon and the International Space Station this week. Most of these opportunities are in the evening. It has to be timed just right when the sunrise still is hitting the two spacecraft, but has gone down below the horizon. So it's usually in the early evening or early morning hours. And this week it's going to be in the evening, so we invite you to check it out. Just log on to spaceflight.nasa.gov. Once again, spaceflight.nasa.gov. And find your hometown by selecting real-time data and then sighting opportunities, and then just drill down from your state to your hometown to find out what the times are when you can spot it. Dragon has arrived at the 250-meter arrival hold point. It will stay here, and we'll have a go, no-go coming up here shortly.
247.4. Verify the gray crew aboard corridor is displayed on the overlay. The CCP LED says hold.
Okay, Sonny, we copy and concur.
station. Do you want a Black Bravo?
We'll take the Black Bravo, Sonny.
Okay, and just with the caveat, it's sort of hard to see the vehicle. It's small in the screen right now. So the white strobe is within the crew abort corridor. The vehicle size, like I said, it's a little bit hard to see in the monitors right now. So it looks like it's on right now. The white strobe position with respect to the strobe tracker is probably about one vehicle as best I can see it, aft and slightly to starboard. And the strobe tracker position with respect to the crew abort corridor center is right on. And that is essentially both in camera 07 and 09 monitors 1 and 3.
All right, that's a great report, Sonny. Thanks a lot. Station Houston, MCC Hawthorne and MCC Houston are ready for Dragon approach from 250 meters. Perform step 3 in 1.102.
Okay, step 3 and work.
So a big milestone for this morning's activities as the SpaceX Dragon spacecraft continues to close in on the International Space Station. Both the SpaceX team and the team here in Houston have done their final go, no-go poll for Dragon to enter into what's called the keep-out sphere. This is an imaginary circle drawn around the station that any visiting vehicles must stay out of. But all systems on board Dragon have checked out as expected. All of the sensors are working as they expect them to. They're getting ready for the crew to issue a command to Dragon for it to resume inside this sphere around the International Space Station. And the team's now confirmed that Dragon has resumed its approach.
Complete. Resume has been executed. See approach mode.
All right, we see that down here as well, Sonny. Great news.
Dragon will move from 250 meters up to 30 meters away from the station. It will hold there once again. There will be another go, no-go at that point.
The intermediate report. Primary and secondary ranges are decreasing, and I'll get you a Black Bravo in just a minute.
All right, stand by.
It's nice to see Dragon flying over the U.S.
Hey, Sonny, we're just ready to call you. We got good KU down here right now, so we do not require a Block Bravo, and we will call you back when we lose KU and need the Block Bravo, but we got a good solid band right now.
Okay, sounds great.
Dragon is now closing in at a rate of about 0.07 meters per second. Nice and slow and easy as it closes in on the International Space Station. Its distance right now, 245 meters away. The crew is steadily watching at the robotics workstation, although right now they're in the dark as they fly over North America. So Dragon just appears to be a blinking strobe light at this point in time, but when the sun comes back up here shortly, the crew will get a fairly dramatic view of this vehicle as it gets even closer to them, and they get ready to reach out and grapple it. We're still on schedule this morning at 6:22 a.m. Central Time. As we've talked about, these burns that Dragon has been conducting and these hold points have been happening about 10 to 15 minutes earlier than anticipated, which of course is good news. Everything running fairly smooth this morning, but the capture time is still going to be set for 6:22, even though we're a little bit ahead of schedule. The reason for that is because there's actually a loss of communication with the space station in the minutes before the capture time, and of course they want to make sure that they've got a good communication link up with the crew in case the crew has any questions or needs anything whenever that capture takes place. As we take a look at this overlay, this is exactly what the crew is seeing on board. There's a lot of numbers and data there, but if you're following along, if you look on the right-hand side, that's a last set of numbers there toward the bottom where you see range and rate. You see primary and secondary. Those are the two data streams coming into the crew. You see it says 238.74. That is the distance in meters from Dragon to the station. And then the range and rate on the far right-hand side, that is the closure rate. So if you want to follow along with us, that is what those numbers mean. This view from Dragon of the space station becoming even clearer. You get a sense of just how big this orbiting complex truly is from tip to tip there, from left to right. It's about 357 feet. which amounts to a 36-story building laid on its side. It's just enormous there up in space. Of course, it's going to look quite a bit bigger as Dragon continues to close in. Right now it's at about 230 meters away from the orbiting complex. It is heading up to a position at 30 meters, roughly 90 feet away from the station. It will hold there once again. There'll be another go, no-go poll done by both the SpaceX team and the NASA team. And then the next major step will be for Dragon to move from 30 meters up to 10 meters, and that's the capture point. The SpaceX team there following along as their vehicle continues to close in on the space station. They are constantly comparing the data that the Dragon sees from its LiDAR sensors and also its thermal imagers, as well as its GPS systems on board. But you can clearly make out the Russian section there at the top, the U.S. section down there at the bottom. The massive solar arrays, which are turned on their end toward Dragon. Right now, this is a technique known as feathering. It's done anytime a vehicle comes up or departs from the station. These solar arrays are big, but they're fairly delicate in terms of what they're made out of. So they don't want any inadvertent pluming taking place from any of the jets on board the spacecraft that come up toward the station, so they're turned on edge. Much like what you would do if you stuck your hand out a car window and you would stick it into the wind rather than against it. Same sort of principle in effect there. The SpaceX team is confirming that Dragon right now is 205 meters away from the station. Its rate is 0.8 of a meter. So fairly slow. But of course, they do this very methodically during these final moments of these vehicles nearing each other.
Station Houston on Space to Ground 2. Dragon is inside the 200 meters, so crew now has authority to issue a board in case of corridor violation during LOS.
Houston station copies, and we see the crew abort corridor is now green.
The crew having to wear some sunglasses there as the sun has come up. They're taking every opportunity they can to capture video and still photography of Dragon as it gets closer. Right now it is 185 meters away from the station. Its rate is 0.07 meters per second. If you look closely, you can see the pulsing of the jets of Dragon as it maintains its position. And this is a view looking straight down the robotic arm at Dragon. As we mentioned, Aki Hoshide is going to be in charge of using that arm to reach out and snag Dragon out of the sky once it arrives at the capture point later on this morning. Right now, according to the clocks here in Mission Control, Dragon will arrive at the 30-meter hold point in about 35 minutes. Capture is still on track for 1 hour, 47 minutes from now, or 6:22. These two vehicles are over Bolivia right now, heading down toward the southeast. These views always are a bit deceptive. These vehicles look like they are flying very slow and gracefully through space as they fly together. In reality, they're going extremely fast, 17,500 miles an hour, which is basically Mach 25. And the crew is continuing to take a look at this robotic workstation view, which we see here. That's a big green box, is what Dragon needs to stay within. They have a crew command panel there at their fingertips that they could use to either issue a retreat or abort command if they had to. But everything going according to plan. Dragon right now 163 meters away from the station. The rate still the same as it was before, basically 0.06, 0.07 meters per second. Yeah, Dragon's now 145 meters away from the station, continuing to ease on toward the orbiting complex. The next major stopping point will be at the 30-meter point. It'll take about 27 minutes to get up there. So we will stand by and watch as this vehicle closes the distance between itself and its destination. And then the activity will pick up quite a bit as it moves from that 30-meter hold point up to the 10-meter capture point. And that is where Sonny Williams and Aki Hoshide, with Aki at the controls of the station's robotic arm, from there inside the cupola, will steer that arm out and grab Dragon out of the sky. Our capture time still scheduled for 6:22 a.m. Central Time, 7:22 a.m. Eastern. This is Mission Control Houston. Dragon's now at 119 meters away from the station. Still moving up toward this 30-meter arrival point. This green box that you see drawn on the screen there, that is the approach corridor that Dragon must stay within. It is three-dimensional. Almost looks like a pyramid that points up toward the International Space Station, with the base being down toward the vehicle itself. So as Dragon gets closer, that box will taper in and become smaller, much like a pyramid would, if you can imagine that. And that's just because the area in which Dragon can move around and needs to hold itself obviously gets narrower as it gets closer to the complex itself. Once Dragon arrives at this 30-meter hold point, it'll spend about 14 or 15 minutes there, and then it will depart and move up toward the capture point, which is 10 meters. Everything so far has been running about 10 minutes, sometimes 15 minutes ahead of schedule. All the different maneuvers that Dragon needed to accomplish, it did. All these arrivals at these hold points have been ahead of schedule as well. Once we get a better sense of if they're going to go for capture a little bit early, we will pass that on to you. There's a communication gap in the 6 a.m. Central Time hour that they'll probably most likely want to avoid trying to capture Dragon during that point in time, but they could go before that, or they could stay with the planned time of 6:22. So we'll see how the remainder of this goes this morning. We'll update you once we know something, but as of right now, 1 hour, 30 minutes from now, that is when Dragon will be captured. The SpaceX team continuing to watch their vehicle as it closes in on the International Space Station. Dragon performing fairly flawlessly this time around. All of the navigation systems are working as expected, as we talked about back during May. Some of the systems on board Dragon locked on to different portions of the space station than what they were designed to. They were actually seeing the Kibo laboratory. It's one of the biggest parts of the station, but it was picking up reflections from that and locking onto that. Of course, Dragon's not meant to dock with Kibo, so they basically reprogrammed some of the software on board for this flight to really ignore the field of view where Kibo resides, and everything is working straight down the line this morning. Right now the vehicle is 92 meters away from the station, closing in at 0.07 meters per second. There's a view from the crew, what they're seeing on board. That green box is what Dragon needs to stay within. But both Aki Hoshide and Sonny Williams are down in the cupola, getting quite the view of this spacecraft as it heads up toward them for this morning's rendezvous.
Houston Station on 2, we see us at 75 meters. See we're about to lose KU. I'll give you a black Bravo at your
Okay, we don't need to block Bravo just yet. Sonny, we'll probably call you back in a few minutes to get another one. We're just got a good picture right now as we lose the KU. And Sonny, block Bravo now required.
After that.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm here. This is Mission Control Houston. Ron Spencer there standing up toward the back of the room. He is today's flight director. With him is veteran astronaut C.J. Sturko. He is the Capcom that you've heard talking with the crew. As we talked about back behind Ron Spencer is Holly Ridings, one of his fellow flight directors, who was on console back in May during the test flight of Dragon as it came up to the space station for the first time. She has worked very closely with the SpaceX team for several months before that flight and knows the spacecraft extremely well, so she's here just in case there's any questions and just to kind of help out the team here. Sitting beside her is Norm Knight. He is the chief flight director, also here monitoring today's activities as well. But everything fairly quiet, fairly smooth this morning. Dragon's on its way up to this 30-meter hold point, which should arrive here in about 4.5 minutes. There will be another go, no-go, and at that point, Dragon will continue and head up to the capture point. As we talked about, everything's been a little bit ahead of schedule this morning, about 10 to 15 minutes. But our capture time is still scheduled for 6:22 a.m. Central Time, 7:22 a.m. Eastern.
Station Houston, Sunny, at your convenience, we will take that block Bravo now. We're negative KU.
Okay, in work. Okay, first, white strobe is within the crew aboard corridor limits. Vehicle size looks the same as the vehicle outline. The white strobe, with respect to the strobe tracker circle, is about 1/8 aft and just slightly starboard. The strobe tracker's position with respect to the crew abort corridor is pretty much centered. Maybe 1/8 aft and 1/8 port. And I would say that concurs for both camera 07 and 09.
Okay, we copy all, Sunny. Great report.
This is Mission Control. Houston. Dragon is almost at this 30-meter hold point. Yeah, crew there giving a report on what they see. Everything looking exactly as expected. Scott Stover now walking into the room. You see him walking back toward the flight director console. He will be the Orbit 2 flight director that will come on here in the next few hours.
Houston, we see us in step 4.
And Dragon has arrived at the 30-meter hold point.
9.4, secondary 29.39. I see us in hold. VV mode is also hold.
Okay, we copy all, Sonny, and Houston flight is discussing with MCC Hawthorne right now.
Okay, that just flash report. The range rate has decreased to approximately 0.
Roger.
So again, Dragon is holding at 30 meters away from the International Space Station. There will be another go, no-go poll that will be completed by the team here in Houston and also in Hawthorne, California with the SpaceX team. This vehicle is still running about 15 minutes ahead of time as we take a look at the SpaceX team at their facility there in California. Well, it will hold here for about 14 minutes, and then it will proceed to the 10-meter point, and that is the capture point. Again, still on time this morning, 6:22 a.m. Central Time, 7:22 a.m. Eastern Time. That is when this vehicle will be captured by the crew of Expedition 33 aboard the International Space Station. Even though we're running a little bit ahead of schedule, the capture time still scheduled for 6:22.
Station Houston on 2. Sonny, just want to verify you're doing step 3 right now of 1.110. Station Houston, Sonny, we just want to verify you guys are doing step 3 of 1.110.
Okay, we'll put step 3 in work.
Thanks a lot.
Houston, station on 2 for cameras.
Go ahead, Sonny.
For camera 9, do you want the published numbers for pan and tilt and zoom, or do you want them as they're set up on the monitor right now?
We'll take the published numbers, Sonny.
In work.
Right now, the teams both in Houston and at SpaceX's control center in Hawthorne, California, are conducting the go, no-go to leave this 30-meter hold point and proceed on up toward the International Space Station to a distance of 10 meters. That'll be the capture point for Dragon. As you can see there, the station's arm is poised and ready for operation by Aki Hoshide. He will be the one that will be at the controls. As the arm reaches out and grabs onto Dragon at that 10-meter hold point, there is a live view of Hoshide as well as Sonny Williams inside the cupola as they get ready to grab this spacecraft with the station's arm. Right now, the two vehicles are over the Indian Ocean at an altitude of 251 miles, heading up toward the northeast.
Station Houston on 2, no rush, but just letting you know that Houston flight is tagged up with Hawthorne, and we're just standing by on your call at the end of step 3.
Copy that. Houston Station, at the end of step 3, crew is ready for Dragon approach to capture point.
All right, we copy, Sonny. Houston flight is going to give MCC Hawthorne the go to initiate the approach from 30 meters. And right now we think that it'll probably be in the darkness when we arrive at the capture point. And so there's no rush again. They can hold there. If the lighting doesn't look good for you in the camera views, you don't like them.
Okay, copy that.
This is Mission Control Houston, so the SpaceX Dragon spacecraft basically on its final stop before proceeding to the capture point. Right now it's at 30 meters. It's about to move on toward 10 meters. It'll take about 17 minutes to move from this 30-meter hold point to the 10-meter capture point.
Station Houston, Dragon has begun approach from 30 meters. Perform step 5 of 1.102.
Copy that. We see the VV mode is approach, and the primary range is decreasing. We see range and range rate as well. Do you want to block Bravo?
Not right now. We have good KU.
Copy that.
As you can see, the sun is setting on the Dragon and the International Space Station. These two vehicles are up over China right now, heading up toward the northeast. They're going to be passing over directly above Shanghai, and then over parts of South Korea, basically running parallel to Japan. You heard the call from CJ Sturko just a few minutes ago saying that even though we're running a bit ahead of schedule, they're really going to rely on the crew to take a look at what the lighting is outside. Obviously, they want to have a good view of Dragon. as Aki Hoshide with Sonny Williams backing him up reaches out with the station's arm to grab onto Dragon. They will come out of this nighttime pass that they're about to enter into right about at the top of the hour. The capture time still scheduled for 6:22, although it could take place just a little bit earlier than had been planned. But we will see how these next few minutes go as Dragon continues to close in on the space station itself. Dragon is now at 26 meters away from the station, closing in a little bit slower than what was done before. 0.03 meters per second, as we talked about. As Dragon gets closer and closer to the station, this rate of closure slows down than the previous phases of flight. It's a very methodical process, but we still have about 13 minutes to go before Dragon will get to the 10-meter hold point. Dragon is now at 22 meters. This again is a view on board the International Space Station. As the crew takes a look at this, you can see the green overlay. Dragon is pretty much where it's expected to be. But the sun setting on the two vehicles as they pass high above South Korea. Our altitude right now 261 miles above the face of the Earth. Heading up toward the northeast over parts of Japan, then over the Pacific Ocean. Dragon is still clearly visible with lights from the International Space Station as it continues to close in on the complex itself. It is within 20 meters at this point in time, heading up to 10 meters. If you look closely from time to time, you'll see some flashes around the vehicle. Those are actually not Dragon's jets firing, even though we have seen those this morning. Those are thunderstorms above the Pacific Ocean as the two vehicles fly over nighttime above the Pacific Ocean. So keep your eyes open, and you may see some fairly dramatic video as this capture draws nearer.
Station on 2, just a request, wondering if all the lights on the ISS are on.
Sonny, we can confirm all the station lights are on.
Okay, thank you.
This is Mission Control Houston. Dragon is continuing to close in right now, a little bit less than 12 meters away from the International Space Station. This is the view that we were talking about before here inside the flight control room of this green pyramid that is drawn around Dragon. This is the box that the vehicle needs to stay within. This also matches up with what the crew is seeing on board as they take a look at the robotics workstation. But Dragon continuing to close in. It is pretty much right down the middle. And we're getting close to this 10-meter capture point coming up in just a few minutes, and that is the point at which there will be a final go, no-go for capture. And that is when Aki Hoshide will reach out with the station's arm with the help of Sonny Williams and grab onto this vehicle, and we'll have a capture confirmed. This is a view from Dragon's cameras as it looks up at its target. And Dragon is at this 10-meter hold point.
Station, Dragon is holding at the capture point. Perform 1.102, step 6.
102, step 6 in work.
Sonny, we're going to have some Radicom in here. As soon as you get all that done, give us that call down at the bottom of step 6 so we can do what we need to do.
Copy that.
So now the Dragon's at the 10-meter capture point. Both teams here in Houston and also in Hawthorne, California are doing their final go, no-go for capture. This will take a few minutes, and then they will call up to the crew that everybody is go. At this point, Aki Hoshide getting ready to steer the station's 58-foot-long robotic arm. It'll reach out and grapple Dragon coming up here very shortly. At this point in time, the two vehicles are high above the Pacific Ocean, about to make a northwest to southeast pass.
But we're going to turn the strobe light off.
Copy.
The teams right now are confirming the Dragon's in a good position for capture. Everything looks good right now. We'll command Dragon to go into a mode that is known as free drift. This is something that all vehicles are put into before they're grappled or right as they get close to the station. Basically, it prevents any inadvertent steering thrusters from firing.
Conditions are confirmed and the crew is ready for Dragon capture.
Okay, Sonny, stand by for the go to perform capture. We're waiting for a solid AOS, and we will call you back. It's going to be ready for just 2 more minutes.
Okay, copy that.
So they're going to wait for communications with the space station to clear up over the next couple of minutes, and then they're going to give the crew the go for capture. It looks like they will be doing this ahead of time this morning. Our time was scheduled for 6:22, but everything's been running ahead of time. We're about 17 minutes away from the space station and Dragon entering into sunlight, but as you can see here with the lights turned on, the outside of the International Space Station, they have a pretty good view of the vehicle.
Station Houston, you are go for capture sequence. Perform step 4 of 1.110. Also, Sonny, begin monitoring the back-away cue card.
That step 4 of procedure 1.110 is in work.
So now the crew gets ready to reach out and capture Dragon in the next several minutes. Dragon currently holding it 10 meters away from the International Space Station. All the systems have checked out. The crew has said that they are ready. These two vehicles are passing from the northwest to the southeast, almost running directly parallel with the western coast of the United States. Their altitude right now, 255 miles. That is the bottom side of the International Space Station you see there. At the very top is where Dragon will be installed here later on this morning. Sticking down there at the bottom is pressurized mating adapter number 2. That is the former home of the space shuttles. On the left and right is the Columbus Laboratory and the Kibo Laboratory. But Aki Hoshide and Sonny Williams right now inside the cupola in a different part of the station, getting a pretty good view of this vehicle outside the windows. Aki Hoshide is about to steer the station's 58-foot long robotic arm to reach out and grab onto the grapple fixture on Dragon and bring it in toward the space station. A crowd of employees, they're gathering back behind the glass outside their colleagues as they take a look at their vehicle getting ready to be captured by the crew of Expedition 33. Elon Musk there on the far right-hand side of the screen, also watching along. But now it's in the hands of the crew, Sonny Williams and Aki Hoshide. Aki's the one set the controls of the robotic arm. Sonny's backing him up. The team here in Houston reporting that the arm is in motion, so the team is moving it out toward the vehicle, and they will be capturing it here shortly. Right now the crew is just getting the camera set up on board so they get the view that they're looking for, and aligning the tip of the arm up. So the arm is now moving toward Dragon. Aki Hoshide is steering it. Sonny Williams is watching over, making sure that everything is going down according to the plan. These two spacecraft are 252 miles above the Pacific Ocean, just off the coast of California, almost directly beside Los Angeles and Hawthorne, California, where the SpaceX team is housed. The robotics officer estimating about 3 meters between the robotic arm and Dragon. They're confirming that the Dragon is in free drift. It is not steering itself any longer. About 2 meters away. Everything lined up as expected. See the attachment point there. That is where the arm will grab onto. One meter left. Capture confirmed at 5:56 a.m. Central Time. The two vehicles are currently 250 miles above the Pacific Ocean, just to the west of Baja, California. Once again, 5:56 a.m. Central Time, 6:56 a.m. Eastern Time. Dragon is captured.
Houston, station on 2. Capture complete. We got to go for post-capture reconfigure. Looks like we've tamed the Dragon. We're happy she's on board with us. Thanks to everybody at SpaceX and NASA for bringing her here to us and the ice cream.
We copy, Sonny. Nice flying. We'll put the post-capture configuration in work.
Expedition 33 Commander Sonny Williams there talking with the ground teams here in Houston and, of course, in SpaceX headquarters in Hawthorne, California, congratulating both teams on the arrival of SpaceX's Dragon to the International Space Station. The Expedition 33 team has now captured Dragon successfully at 5:56 a.m. Central Time, 6:56 a.m. Eastern Time. This vehicle is taking up hundreds of pounds of supplies for the expedition crews on board the space station, 260 pounds of crew supplies, 390 pounds of research and experiment equipment, 225 pounds of vehicle hardware, 7 pounds of computers and supplies, and some ice cream, as you heard Sonny Williams there thanking the crews for. As we talked about at the beginning of our broadcast, this vehicle has a unique capability to bring cargo back to Earth, and that is what it will do in about 2.5 weeks at the conclusion of this mission. This spacecraft is taking up 882 pounds of supplies, but it will bring home more than that. 1,673 pounds will come home to Earth after the 18 days that Dragon will spend attached to the station. The next major milestone for us will be whatever Sunny and Aki trade places and bring Dragon on into its berthing with the orbiting complex. That is coming up later on this morning once we get an estimation of exactly when that's going to take place. According to the timeline, we will pass that on to you.
Station Houston on 2, we're ready for step 5 of 1.110.
Step 5 in work.
This is Mission Control Houston. Once again, the Dragon spacecraft has been successfully grappled and captured by the crew of Expedition 33 aboard the International Space Station. It took place at 5:56 a.m. Central Time, 6:56 a.m. Eastern Time. These two vehicles were 250 miles above the Pacific Ocean, just to the west of Baja, California. Both Sonny Williams and Aki Hoshide, two of the crew members of Expedition 33 that have been working on this morning, are still inside the cupola looking at this spacecraft outside the window as the sun rises on the two of them. They are currently still over the Pacific, heading down toward the southeast, skirting the western edge of South America. But there is a view of the berthing port of Dragon. It will soon be mated with the Harmony node, the bottom side, the Earth-facing side of that portion of the International Space Station. We're standing by to get an estimation of what time that's going to be taking place this morning. But everything going fairly smooth today as Dragon closed in on the International Space Station, performed a series of hold points to where go, no-goes were given by both Houston and SpaceX. All of Dragon's navigation systems, the LiDAR, the thermal imagers, and the GPS systems worked as expected. And the spacecraft is in good shape. As you can see, handover taking place there at SpaceX. Their teams are going to swap places, and their Orbit 2 team is going to come on. That will also be taking place here inside Mission Control later on this morning. But the crew on board the space station taking a few minutes just to get some photos of Dragon. But it's always a pretty sight seeing the sun come up over the darkness of the Earth below of these two spacecraft as they fly together. Of course, the morning's work is not done. There's still quite a bit of robotics work that has to be done to get Dragon moved around and positioned underneath the bottom side of the Harmony node. That'll be its destination and its home for the next 2.5 weeks, as the crew will be installing it here later on this morning.
Houston, I see is complete with step 5 of procedure 1.110.
We concur, Sonny.
This is Mission Control Houston. The Expedition 33 crew is continuing to work through a series of steps to get Dragon ready to be installed on the bottom side of the International Space Station. There was due to be a break in between the capture time for Dragon and the point at which the crew would actually begin the maneuvers to spin Dragon around and put it on the station and install it. But as is the case today, and has been the case since we came on the air, the crew is working ahead of time. So they're already deep into the processes to get this spacecraft installed on the bottom side of Harmony. So a programming note here on NASA television: instead of taking a break as we had planned, we're just going to stay with it and continue to bring live coverage of the Expedition 33 crew as they get ready to install this SpaceX Dragon spacecraft on the International Space Station. So once again, we will not be breaking away. We will just stay here on NASA television as the crew continues to work.
Station Houston on 2. Sonny, just letting you guys know that Robos will be maneuvering the Dragon to the pre-install position.
Okay, copy that. Houston, station on 2, looking for a go for CBCS power up.
Your go, station.
In work.
This is Mission Control Houston. Both the Dragon spacecraft and the International Space Station flying high above the South Atlantic Ocean right now. We'll be passing up to the south of Africa and over parts of the Indian Ocean. The crew is quickly moving through the steps to get Dragon into position for installation there on the bottom side of the International Space Station. Our capture happened earlier than planned this morning. It happened at 5:56 a.m. Central Time, 6:56 a.m. Eastern Time. Soon after, there was a successful grapple. The commander of Expedition 33, Sunny Williams, sent down her thoughts to both the teams in Hawthorne, California, there at SpaceX headquarters, and here in Houston with the team here in Mission Control. We're going to play back that audio for you now here on NASA television.
Houston, station on 2, capture complete. We got to go for post-capture reconfigure. Looks like we've tamed the Dragon. We're happy she's on board with us.
Wait.
Thanks to everybody at SpaceX and NASA for bringing her here to us and the ice cream.
We copy, Sunny. Nice flying. We'll put the post-capture configuration in work.
So again, that was audio from Expedition 33 Commander Sunny Williams aboard the International Space Station at 5:56 a.m. Central Time this morning as the Dragon was successfully captured.
Houston Station on 2, procedure 1.511, node 2 CBM verified premate status is complete.
All right, we copy, Sonny. Thank you. Station Houston on 2 for Sonny when you've got a second.
Go ahead, CJ, with you on 2.
Hey, Sonny, we're just looking ahead in the timeline here and how the day-night cycles and the KU is lining up. Of course, you can tell by looking at OSTP we're way ahead. And in order to stay ahead, we're thinking about asking you guys to do the CBM inspection, and that'll keep us ahead of the timeline, or we could wait around for better lighting.
We could do it, that's fine. Just tell us where we're going.
All right, we're not ready for that yet. We're just getting your thoughts on it, and we'll tell you more in a few minutes once we get to the position.
Okay, sounds good.
This is Mission Control, Houston. The crew of Expedition 33 is still in the process of getting Dragon ready to be installed on the International Space Station. The capture took place earlier this morning at 5:56 a.m. Central Time, 6:56 a.m. Eastern. The crew is way ahead of the timeline this morning, and they are continuing to move fairly quickly through the list of tasks that they need to get accomplished. They are rotating Dragon around where basically the two hatches, the one on Dragon and the one on the bottom side of the Harmony node, are facing each other to get everything lined up. They'll be doing an inspection of the common berthing mechanism, which is the structure that will bind these two vehicles together, and then they will proceed on. So we will stand by, as we talked about earlier, in terms of our programming here this morning. We were scheduled to take a break in between the capture and the actual installation. We're not going to be doing that. We're going to stay with you live here on NASA television because of the fact that the crew is working so far ahead of time. So once we get a better idea of exactly when this installation is going to take place, we'll let you know, but it is coming up here shortly as we continue to bring you live coverage of Dragon's flight to the International Space Station.
In Houston Station on 2, we are putting some pictures of the Dragon CBM on SSC 8. They're taken from the 400.
All right, we copy. Sonny, the OCA officer will come on board and grab those pictures. And station on 2 for Sunny. We're still not ready, but if you want to start looking at it, the procedure is going to be alpha decimal 6, passive CBM inspection reference.
Okay, that's in work. We're taking a look at it.
And it's in the Strucken Mech book.
Okay, copy that. In Houston Station on 2, we were just reviewing the photos that were taken with the 400 and pretty much got the whole surface. So if you guys by chance got those down, you can take a look at them too.
All right, Sonny, as soon as we get KU, we will bring them down, and we'll let you know how the timing works out on that.
Okay, sounds good. And we're happy to, we have that procedure pulled up too, and we'll do further inspection on your call.
Sounds great. We'll keep an eye on it. Thanks.
This is Mission Control. Houston again. What's taking place is that the team here inside the flight control room is working with the Expedition 33 crew to send some ground commands from here in Houston up to the station and its robotic arm to spin Dragon around to line up the hatches. Here's a view from the robotics workstation here inside Mission Control, all the different virtual camera views of Dragon's current position relative to the station. So they'll get the two hatches lined up, and then the crew will take over once again and begin the final installation of Dragon on the bottom side of the International Space Station. The crew is still running well ahead of time. It is hard to pinpoint exactly how long this process will take because they're making such quick work of everything. But we're going to continue to stand by here on NASA television and bring you live coverage of all of these operations as Sonny Williams and Aki Hoshide get ready to finish up this morning's activities by physically installing this SpaceX Dragon spacecraft on the bottom side of the orbiting complex.
Station Houston on 2 for Sonny.
Tab 2, CJ.
Okay, Aki, just letting you know that the way the timing's going to be, we're ready right now for the passive CBM inspection. So you guys are going to jump into that procedure Alpha 6 and use the Lab Starboard Zenith camera on the Lab RWS.
Okay, we'll take a left, thanks.
Yep, you can look on monitor 3.
Awesome, thanks.
This is Mission Control Houston. You heard CJ Sturco, the Capcom for the Orbit 1 team here inside Mission Control, talking with Sonny Williams and Aki Hoshide. Now they've gotten Dragon properly lined up with the hatch of the spacecraft facing the bottom hatch of the Harmony node. They're going to do an inspection of the hatch on Dragon using the station's cameras, basically just to zoom in, take a look at it, make sure everything is structurally sound. That activity was due to take place at 7:25 a.m. Central Time, so the crew is running about 40 minutes or so ahead of schedule.
Station on 2 for passive CBM inspection.
Go ahead, Akiosos are listening to you.
Hey, CJ, we took a quick sweep using the lab starboard camera. All looks fine. And we also took a closer look at all the pictures that we've taken with the 400, and that looks fine too.
Okay, we copy. Stand by. Houston flight set checking right now. We'll get words to you.
Copy.
Akiho today, they're sending down the message that they have pretty much completed the CBM inspection. Everything looks good. So the structures and mechanisms experts here inside Mission Control will put their heads together, make sure that everything is ready for the next step. But the crew is continuing to press on toward this installation of the SpaceX Dragon spacecraft.
Station Houston for the CBMs.
Go ahead, CJ.
Hey, Sonny, OSOs are very happy with your report. We're going to hold off on the next maneuver from the robos because we're waiting for KU. So you guys have a little break time now to do what you need, and we will call you back when we're ready for the Dragon install.
That works for us.
This is Mission Control, Houston. Just to summarize what's taking place now, the crew's got about a 10-minute break here right now while they wait for communications with the station to pick back up. The orbiting complex right now is about 250 miles above the Indian Ocean, heading up to the northeast. Going to be passing over parts of Asia, and then up over parts of Russia, then heading up over the Pacific Ocean. Dragon is in the proper position. It is lined up, still attached to the station's robotic arm. They have wrapped up taking a look at the hatch and the common berthing mechanism that is part of Dragon. There's an active side and a passive side, so they've taken a look to make sure that the passive side that's on Dragon is ready to be attached to the station. Everything looked good. So they're going to stand by and wait. The next step will be for the robotic arm to be moved once again to the pre-install position where Dragon will be lined up even closer to the station. And then they will go to what you will hear over the communication loops referred to as RTL, that is ready to latch. There are 4 latches and 16 bolts that will hold Dragon to the International Space Station. They are clamped down and tightened down in a very methodical procedure. But the crew is running well ahead of time. And then once this communications gap is finished up here in the next 10 minutes or so, the crew will begin the final process of getting Dragon installed, so we'll stand by for that. As we talked about earlier in the hour, we were due to take a break here on NASA television in between the capture of Dragon, which took place at 5:56 Central Time, and the actual installation, but the crew's moving so fast and making such good progress on this that we're going to stay with it. Here's a look at some animation about what's going to be happening here in the next several minutes as the crew rotates Dragon around, which has already been done. As we talked about, the two hatches have been lined up. That was a ground command that was sent here in Houston. Mikey Hoshide and Sonny Williams will take over once again and get Dragon lined up even closer to the International Space Station, and through a very methodical, step-by-step process, they will bring it even closer together, where the two common berthing mechanisms will meet up, and then there will be a hard mate formed in between Dragon and the space station. As we talked about, there's 4 latches and 16 bolts. The latches will go first, and then the bolts will be driven basically in couplets, 2 by 2 by 2. And then all of a sudden there will be a hard mate in between the Dragon spacecraft and the International Space Station. Again, we're in the middle of a communications gap in between Mission Control Houston and the space station. Once that comes back to us and we're able to see and hear the crew once again, they'll give the go-ahead for this next series of procedures. This is Mission Control Houston. If you were just joining our live coverage, this is an up-close view of the SpaceX Dragon spacecraft. That is the hatchway at the very top of the vehicle. It's been a fairly smooth and quickly moving morning for us here in Houston and also in Hawthorne, California, and obviously for the crew of Expedition 33 on board the International Space Station. The Dragon was grappled and captured this morning at 5:56 a.m. Central Time, 6:56 a.m. Eastern Time. These two vehicles were 250 miles above the Pacific Ocean just to the west of Baja, California. The crew has been moving well ahead of schedule all day today. Dragon performed fairly flawlessly on the way up toward the International Space Station. All of its guidance and navigation systems on board, the LiDAR that it uses to lock on to the station, the thermal imagers that it uses to navigate, and also the GPS systems on board all worked exactly as planned. And it was a fairly smooth final few minutes as it closed in on the International Space Station. Aki Hoshide, the Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency astronaut that is part of Expedition 33, on board the space station itself, used the station's robotic arm to grapple onto the spacecraft. Sonny Williams, the commander of Expedition 33, backed him up. And those two are now on board, getting ready to work these final few steps as they actually move Dragon even closer to the space station and install it on the bottom side of the Harmony node. We are waiting to pick back up communications with the International Space Station in the next couple of minutes. We've been standing by for about 10 minutes. And then they will give the crew the go-ahead to continue moving. The robotics officers here inside Mission Control are confirming that the arm once again is in motion. This will draw Dragon even closer to the International Space Station and get it into what they call the pre-install maneuver. This is a live view on board the International Space Station from one of the robotic workstations where the crew is monitoring.
Well, Yuri.
But you can see the slow rate that Dragon is being moved, but it is drawing near toward the orbiting complex.
Please have your HF receivers on. Okay, we'll do. And right now we can talk on the HF. The HF is on.
This is Mission Control Houston. Dragon is inching closer and closer to the bottom side of the Harmony node of the International Space Station. While this is taking place, handover is beginning between Orbit 1 and Orbit 2 here inside Mission Control. The robotics officer here inside the room is confirming that Dragon is in the pre-install position. So they're going to get some cameras set up and make sure that everything is ready to support the final phase of today's operations. But this is going to be the final push for Dragon and the space station. We will stand by, and they're going to be notifying the crew here shortly that they are go to proceed forward and get ready to latch Dragon onto the International Space Station itself.
Station Houston on space to ground 2. No response required. We're probably 10 minutes from being ready for you at the RWS.
After that.
This is Mission Control Houston. Again, we're just standing by for the team here inside the space station flight control room to give the crew the go-ahead to finish up this last push of the Dragon spacecraft, where it will be installed on the bottom side of the Harmony node. This is a look at basically what amounts to the docking mechanism in between Dragon and the space station. So just a few more minutes, and then the ground team will give the crew the green light to go ahead and proceed. As we mentioned, handover is continuing between Orbit 1 and Orbit 2 here inside the space station flight control room. Ron Spencer, who is the Orbit 1 flight director, will hand over to his counterpart, Scott Stover, who is the oncoming Orbit 2 flight director. Stover is there on the right-hand side, Spencer there in the middle in the blue shirt. But these two teams will have a quick chat with one another and then hand over to Orbit 2. Again, the crew is way ahead of schedule today. They've been running about 45 minutes ahead of time. They were due to install Dragon in the 8 a.m. Central Time hour, but they should be getting that accomplished here very shortly. One more programming reminder here on NASA television. We were due to step away in between the actual installation, before the actual installation of Dragon took place, soon after it was actually captured. But since the crew is moving so quickly, we're going to stay with you with our live coverage of Dragon until the crew actually gets it installed coming up here in the next several minutes. But just to summarize what has taken place this morning, Dragon arrived at the station about 10 to 15 minutes ahead of schedule. The crew worked very quickly to get it captured. The actual capture took place at 5:56 a.m. Central Time, 6:56 a.m. Eastern Time. These two spacecraft were traveling 17,500 miles an hour, about 250 miles above the Pacific Ocean. They were west of Baja, California. This is playback of the actual capture process. But Aki Hoshide was at the controls of the station's 58-foot-long robotic arm as he steadily but surely moved it over the pin that is on Dragon's grapple fixture, which you see there. The robotics team here inside Mission Control was watching very carefully as Hoshide finished up the actual attachment of the arm onto Dragon. And then again at 5:56 a.m. Central Time, that was our official capture time. Since that time, the crew on board the station has been working to inspect the common berthing mechanism. That is the hatchway that will form a bond in between the spacecraft and the International Space Station. All that checked out. The robotics officers here inside Mission Control have been performing a series of ground commands to get Dragon spun around and in the proper position for this installation. And then here in the last several minutes, they actually moved Dragon into the pre-install position, which basically amounts to just moving it a little bit closer to the orbiting complex. And then, as we talked about, we should be getting ready for the final installation push coming up here in just a few. There are 4 latches and 16 bolts that will form the hard mate in between Dragon and the International Space Station. Once the two vehicles are in contact with one another, you may hear a voice call go up to the station that is called RTL. This means ready to latch. This simply means that Everything looks good, and the 4 latches are in the process of clamping down onto Dragon. So we will stand by as handover continues here in Mission Control, and then the teams on board the station get a green light to proceed with the remaining installation of Dragon. This is Mission Control. Houston, handover has just wrapped up here inside the flight control room. Scott Stover and his Orbit 2 team are now on and are in charge. He is getting a quick update from his robotics officer here inside the room. And they should be go here in a few seconds.
Station Houston on space to ground 2.
Go ahead, Houston.
All right, Sonny, we are ready for steps 5 and 6 of 1.210. In step 5, we've verified those first 2 lines about the CBM premade status and the CBCS, so that all looks good. When you get down to step 6, beneath the box it says MCC go for install, we can verify that thrusters are disabled. With that call, the LOAC safing message 2.702 is in effect.
Okay, copy that. So we have a go for steps 5 and 6.
That's it. Robo's watching you.
Once the crew gets Dragon installed on the International Space Station, they will actually be opening up the hatch tomorrow. And then they will spend 18 days unloading all of this cargo that Dragon is coming up to the station with. 882 pounds of supplies for the crew. Most of that is scientific equipment. All of these experiments on board the International Space Station. As we mentioned, there's been close to 1,500 experiments that have been run on board the station since it was created. Of course, orbiting complex took several years to build. It started back in 1998. We've had humans on board since 2000, so it is our home off the planet now. And all of these research activities and experiments need constant supplies. SpaceX, the latest to join the fleet of cargo vehicles that service the International Space Station, along with the Russian Progress that flies several times a year, the European Automated Transfer Vehicle that docks with the International Space Station's Russian segment, the Japanese HTV cargo craft that comes up and flies much in the same way that the Dragon does. It gets grappled and berthed with the U.S. segment. And now SpaceX becoming the first private corporation to fly a cargo craft up to the International Space Station. They did do something almost identical to this back in May, but that was part of the test flight as part of NASA's Commercial Orbital Transportation Services program, which is where NASA provided some funding and investments to SpaceX and Orbital Sciences. SpaceX started back in 2006 and spent several years developing this spacecraft and tested it over and over again, proving that it could work and fly true. Orbital Sciences came along in 2008, and they will be flying a test flight of their Antares rocket coming up toward the end of this year. And then their Cygnus vehicle, which is the cargo craft itself, will fly a demonstration mission to the International Space Station coming up in the early part of next year. But out of this 882 pounds that the Dragon is bringing up right now, close to 400 pounds of that, almost half, is scientific equipment, including a large glacier freezer, which is a device that used to be flown on board the shuttle. It allows different experiment samples that have been frozen on board the space station to be taken back home. So this glacier that's coming up on Dragon is empty. It'll be filled with samples and other items and research activity results that have been stored on board for several months, and they will be brought back home for a splashdown in the Pacific Ocean, returned to their principal investigators, and the science on those samples can continue. But 882 pounds up, and Dragon is actually bringing home almost twice that, 1,673 pounds of supplies at the end of this mission. The robotics officer here inside Mission Control is confirming that the arm is in motion once again. So the crew is continuing to move Dragon closer to the station toward the bottom side of the Harmony node. Again, this is the display from the robotics officer desktop here inside Mission Control. You can see the various views of Dragon as it closes in. You got to keep a close eye on this because it's fairly slow, but Dragon is closing in inch by inch toward the bottom side of Harmony. Just a few inches separating Dragon and the International Space Station at this point in time. The distance continuing to be reduced inch by inch. The two vehicles are currently 257 miles above the South Pacific Ocean. They're heading on down toward South America. The robotics officer confirming what they call here in Houston RTL. That means ready to latch. Again, there's 4 latches.
For robotics, we're at 7 and no 4 RTLs.
Copy for RTLs.
So 4 latches and 16 bolts.
Morning, Kate.
Good morning.
Station on 2 for CBM. We're going to perform step 4, if you concur.
We are ready for you for step 4.
This is Mission Control Houston. The team here is confirming that first stage capture is in progress. Our official installation time will be once we get the green light on second stage capture, so they're getting close.
Station on 2 for CBM. Step 4 is complete. Moving on to limping the arm.
Copy and concur.
Station on 2, arm is limped. Moving on to second stage capture.
Copy, Aki, and for step 5.2, we are going to be building the templates from the ground. So as soon as you see the confirmation request from the templates, you are go to proceed.
Copy that. Thank you very much.
Sure thing.
So once again, the crew has wrapped up first stage capture. They have limped the arm, which basically just means they took the tension off of it. Its job is basically finished for now. They are moving towards second stage capture. This is the final step in the installation of Dragon to the International Space Station. These two spacecraft are 266 miles above the Earth. They're just crossing the western edge of Chile. And they're going to be crossing over Argentina here just momentarily. And the team here reporting that second stage capture is in progress.
Station Houston on Space to Ground 2, just to let you know we are RADI-COM and we are AOS mandatory for step 5.4.1, so we are going to pause on building the next template here for a few minutes until we get solid COM back.
Copy that.
This is Mission Control Houston. The space station and Dragon continue to fly over the South Atlantic Ocean. Their altitude right now, 272 miles. We are still in the process of what we call second stage capture. Once this is completed, that will be our official installation time. For those of you just joining us, it's been a fairly quick morning. The crew's been running ahead of schedule the entire time. Dragon was captured at 5:56 a.m. Central Time, 6:56 a.m. Eastern Time, as the two vehicles flew 250 miles above the Earth just to the west of Baja, California. But Ike Hoshide and Sonny Williams, two members of Expedition 33, are currently in the process of finishing up this second stage capture. There's a series of latches and bolts that have to be secured, and then we will be able to call an official installation time of Dragon to the International Space Station itself.
Station Houston on Space to Ground 2. The next template is on board, and we have solid comm. Your go to proceed, step 5.4.2.
Happy that is in work.
This is Mission Control Houston. We have confirmation from the team here that we have a good second stage capture of Dragon.
Complete the rest of the install procedure. Ready for you in step 6.
That is in work. Thank you.
So once again, second stage capture completed on Dragon. This marks our official installation time of 8:03 a.m. Central Time, 9:03 a.m. Eastern Time. These two spacecraft were high above the South Atlantic Ocean, just about halfway in between Africa and South America. Its altitude 273 miles. Once again, 8:03 a.m. Central Time, 9:03 a.m. Eastern Time for the official installation time of the SpaceX Dragon spacecraft to the International Space Station. Here's a lookout at the station itself with Dragon attached now. You see the Soyuz 31 or the TMA-05M back there on the Rosvet module. That is what brought up Sonny Williams, Yuri Malenchenko, and Ike Hoshide. This will also serve as their ride home coming up in November. And then the Progress 48 back there as well, docked to the Piers docking compartment. The Dragon, now the newest member of the space station complex. It was grappled at 5:56 a.m. Central Time. It was installed at 8:03 a.m. Central Time. It has quite a bit of cargo inside, which of course was the point of this mission. 882 pounds of cargo brought up to the station. Tons of science being delivered to the Expedition 33 crew. And then, of course, Dragon will be unloaded over the next several days. The hatch will be opened up tomorrow. The crew will perform an inspection of the inside of the vehicle like they always do anytime a new visiting vehicle arrives. Make sure that the environment is safe, that nothing is floating in there that is not expected. And they will begin the process of unloading all the cargo over the next several days. They'll also be packing it full of items that are coming back to Earth. Typically, these cargo vehicles are packed full of trash and burn up in the Earth's atmosphere. Dragon's a bit different. It has the ability to return cargo, so it's going to be bringing home quite a number of samples and other equipment that is no longer needed on board the station or is due back here on Earth for further research. Dragon will be bringing back 1,673 pounds at the conclusion of this mission. So with the successful installation of Dragon to the International Space Station, we're getting close to wrapping up our live coverage for today. A couple of programming reminders. We will have our typical ISS update show today at 10 o'clock Central Time, 11 o'clock Eastern Time. We'll have an update for you today of the rest of the crew's activities as they finish up some of this cleanup activity, but their job pretty much is finished up with Dragon for today. During that ISS update hour, we plan to have Bill Gerstenmaier, who is NASA's Associate Administrator for Human Exploration and Operations. He is here in Houston today watching along as this SpaceX Dragon spacecraft arrived at the station. But NASA Public Affairs Officer Dan Hewitt, who will be anchoring ISS Update today, will be talking with Mr. Gerstenmaier about his thoughts on today's mission and also what's ahead for the crew as they get ready to unload all of this science and equipment from Dragon and pack it full of items that are coming back to Earth at the conclusion of the flight. So once again, ISS Update coming up at 10 Central Time, 11 Eastern Time. But of course, for all the latest, we invite you to log on to the NASA website at www.nasa.gov/station. And as a final reminder, there's several different sighting opportunities this week in the evenings over North America, as you can step outside and take a look at the space station itself with Dragon attached. Again, the sighting opportunities over North America this week are plentiful, so you have a good chance to see the two spacecraft as they fly together in the early evening hours. Once again, go to nasa.gov/station. Just take a look for sighting opportunities. You can also go to spaceflight.nasa.gov. Once again, spaceflight.nasa.gov. Just click on the menu at the top that says real-time data. Click on that, and underneath that, you'll see sighting opportunities. You'll be able to select your state and then your home city. We want to thank you for joining us. It's been a milestone of a day here as SpaceX successfully arrived at the station on this first of several commercial resupply missions by these private companies here in the United States as they deliver supplies to this orbiting complex, the International Space Station. We'll see you back here at 10 o'clock for ISS Update. This is Mission Control Houston.